You've been misled about Benjamin Franklin. They say he wrote his autobiography. But did he? This is a video book. Watch it. Read it 3 times faster than paper. No pages, no distractions. Just the truth. Decide for yourself.